Creator's Garden. I am called Harpy, and today is the first day of 2026, so, well, not the first day of 2026, but first stream of 2026, I should say. So yeah, usually on Fridays, I'd be working on a project of mine, usually pages of my Snapdragon Club comic series. But I think for a while I was going to take some time to do some artistic practice. So I was thinking that I would look up a variety of flowers and then just start practicing. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and move on to the main camera. As you can see, we already have some circles here, and some of them which I've already filled with sketches of some flowers that I've already looked up. So what I have right here is actually like a pop socket, and what I did was that I traced it on some sticker paper, traced the circumference of it. And I figured that these could make some decent pop socket covers, so that I can just put the design on top without having to worry about drawing the design right on top of the plastic. So that's what this drawing is too, actually, is that it's sticker paper on top of the actual pop socket. First flowers that I have right here, I've got delphinium, daffodil, buttercup, mountain laurels, and whirling butterflies. Some of these I have not heard of before, or it's been a long time since I've heard of them. When I first started sketching out the delphinium, I thought that they looked like daffodils, so that's why I decided to look it up and decided, okay, how would I draw a daffodil then? And the colors, the famous little daffodil centers are oh, they're the yellow cups, so what about buttercups? Well, those are flowers, right? So I looked up what buttercups are, and that's what led to that. And then I just looked up a couple more various flower species, and that's how I got the other ones, which are really nice. But aside from that, I also got a couple of more suggestions from some of my other subscribers, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to sketch those out first, because the thing about some of these flowers is that they come in a lot of variety of different colors and even patterns, so it'll give me some time to think about the patterns before I settle on them. So another one is simple. We got a rose, so I think what I might do is I'll just do a giant rose that fills the entire circle. And I got three more flower species that I want to sketch out. And then once I get all those sketches done, I'll get to work on inking and then coloring those. Which, the nice thing about flowers is that they don't have to use the colors that I'm currently low on. Welcome. Glad to see you again. Happy 2026. Hope you're doing well. We're just doing some flower practice this time around. Definitely need to refine the petals a little bit more later on. Okay, and spider lilies. Very interesting. Kind of got like they're basically upside down spiders. Is what I'm getting from it. Not the best visual. But, you know, I'll try my best. So you got like a whole crinkly, crunched up little center there, and then thin strands coming out that way. It's like as soon as I saw them, I was like, yep, I can see why they're called spider lilies. I think what I'm gonna do is I'll put a couple like off to the side as well. Just so it's not all by its lonesome in the center of that circle there. These seem to come with like a variety of like red or white. Yellows at the tips over there. At least from the sources that I've seen. Power washed your laptop? No! I'm so sorry. But yeah, happy 2026. Ah, man. And they say power washing is supposed to be satisfying. Sketch that I'm gonna do is the Stargazer Lily, which is really pretty. I'm Like, I enjoy it. I like the designs of these ones. So from what it looks like, over here, there. Kind of look like little beans. And then they fold a little bit at the ends. Missed my stream so much? Aw, only missed having you. You forgot it was stream Friday? Yeah, no worries. Welcome back, Ferox. So, just to recap a little bit, I've got so far a couple of sketches. One actually. Fishing game is working. But yeah, so as a quick recap, we've got delphiniums, we got daffodils, we got buttercups, we got mountain laurels, and whirling butterflies. Those are the ones that I sketched off stream. And then I actually started on your suggestions next, Ferox. So, right here we got a rose. I'll clean up the petals a little bit more later. Then we got spider lily, which is creepy as the name suggests. I mean, it'll still be fun doing all the individual strands and such, but... Ugh. And the Stargazer lily, which are really pretty. Thank you for the suggestion. And I have actually 2 more flower ideas before I start doing some ink work. Unless, Alfie, if you have any flower suggestions, we have 1 more space. But the current ones that we have that I'm gonna start on are the hydrangea, and also because I have the Snapdragon Club comic, I'm going to do some snapdragons. Be back in a few, no worries. But yeah, just a reminder that the fishing game is right there for anyone in chat. If you just feel like doing anything. To the brim like I did with the rose. I think I kind of want it so it's actually a little bit smaller. I feel like that's what I'm mostly doing with these flower practices, just trying to frame them in a good way before I start. Puffball type of silhouette here, and then background foliage kind of like that. I can always fix that up later. filling with more flowers. Squiggly brackets, I think. It's just me trying to recontextualize what I'm seeing, so at least kinda get the right vibes. I think that's a decent starting sketch for the hydrangea. Hello, Coco. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day so far. Hope you're having a decent 2026. I find spider lilies to be quite charming. The stargazer one is one of my friend's favorites. Aww. I mean, I can see, if you put a spider lily in a bouquet, I can see adding some great accents to a bouquet and stuff like that. But a pure spider lily bouquet, I'd have second thoughts. Apologies if I don't reply to you right away. Sometimes I just kind of get locked in. That's just how these art streams go. Snapdragon Club. But currently, right now, I just need to figure out how I want to frame it within this circle. Because eventually, this is all done on sticker paper, by the way. Eventually, once I'm done inking and coloring, I'm going to like cut out the circles. So they're just gonna act as pop socket covers. So yeah. Maybe a strand here, a bigger strand here, and then sort of small, like off to the side strand here. Snapdragons in there. Imagine calling flower buds placeholders. Those are pretty decent. Although I think they're allowed to be a little more closer together. Photos for Snapdragons because I realized that the flower shapes for Snapdragons are like really weird to the point where it's like, do I really actually know how the petals are formed? And the answer is kinda, sorta. Like, I knew about the whole looking like a dragon's mouth thing, but it's like... But it's like, if they're flowers, then where does the actual beginning of the petals start? So I think there's just kind of like two giant petals at the top and like three droopy petals up for the bottom. But the three droopy petals are like super close together, so it can be really tough to like figure those out. I think I'm good on the major sketches for now, so I think I'm good to start on some of the inking. I'll start with the daffodils and buttercups since they're going to be of similar goldenish yellow colors. In fact, I think what I'll do is I'll start with the yellow first because I can always go over it in a darker color later. Flowers I'm working with right now. Oh, the music is louder than me at the moment. Fascinating. Okay. How is that? I did mess around with the volume settings prior, so I don't know. It's just because when I listen back to the VODs, sometimes to me it seems like I can't hear the music at all, so I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But that's why I ask you guys for a volume check, because I would love for you guys to be able to hear me. But yeah, I think as a small aside, I'll probably stick with my maid cafe outfit until maybe sometime in spring. It is an excellent sound, it's more balanced now. Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. What I'll have to end up doing for some of these flowers is looking up more of them again, because some of these flowers just come in such a large variety of colors that it can be difficult to pick which one I want to do. For the sake of my markers, I'll probably avoid straight up blues. done so far. Let's see. Guess I can start with the rose first. Maybe what I should do for the last one is a carnation, because I think when I draw flowers, I run into like a delphinium daffodil problem where it's like I think I draw them in a similar fashion that if I were to draw the same type, or like if I were to draw them both just offhand, I might draw them the same way. So I think carnation might be my last one over here. So I will look that up later. Starting out with like one that is only kind of like slightly open, which is more of the reference that I chose. It's like the bud is kind of more oval shaped until it starts flaring out a little bit. I think a part of it also is trying to figure out how stylized I want to be with it versus how true to life I want to be with it. Because you can absolutely stylize it and still have it be recognizable as a rose. I think rose centers are definitely a weak spot for me. That's okay. Now we get to spider lilies, which I think they're gonna look alright. They don't seem too complicated. It's just like a bunch of strands, is what I'm seeing. A whole bunch of strands and curly bits in the center. Happy New Year to you too! Welcome to 2026. Here's hoping that this is a good year. So just to catch you up to speed, we've got Delphinium, Daffodil, Buttercup, Mountain Laurels, Whirling Butterflies, and then we've got the Rose, Spider Lily, Stargazer Lily, Hydrangeas, Snapdragons, and eventually I'm gonna add Carnation to this last one. And this is all on sticker paper, because what I'm gonna do is once I'm done with these flowers, I'm gonna cut them out of the circles that I put them in, and I'm gonna use them as like decorative covers for like pop sockets. Like here's one that I made a while back for my Has-Been Hotel Maid Cafe fan collab type thingy, where I just put my OC on top of a pop socket. So basically, if I ever get tired of like one of the pop sockets that I have, I can just put one of these flower designs on top, or maybe I'll just hand them out. Whichever. We'll see how good they turn out first. But yeah, right now I'm currently trying to draw up a spider lily, which I've definitely not done before. I think some of the good things about flowers is that, much like any other plants, like, there's not really straight lines to them, and you can kind of just do your own thing a little bit. They were meant to attract pollinators, but they attract literally everything most of the time. Yeah. I think you'd be very hard pressed to like find someone who just like absolutely hates flowers of the passion, or at least doesn't have at least one variation of flower that they might like find aesthetically pleasing. Like even with the spider lilies, like even though they're not my top choice just because spider lily, but I think like I can still like admire just like how unique they are too. Like if you asked me to come up with a flower type, upside down dead spider is probably not the type of that's probably not the type of inspiration I would draw for a flower. Exception I can think of is cartoon zombies, and they're not even real. Most bug-eating plants give nightmare scenario too. Yeah. You're talking like Venus flytraps and all that. These details are so small that I feel like I should just color them in with the pen, so that's what I'm doing. It's like the pictures are already pretty small to begin with, so... are already pretty vibrant. And besides that, it saves me a little on the alcohol ink. Welcome back, Alfie. One monster Godzilla fought as a big flower. Ooh, I'm not sure if I've seen that one. Backstory depends on the movie, but still. Ooh. Should you use a compass or a stencil coaster for the framing? Actually, yeah. So what I did was I used this pop socket right here. I just like put it face down and then just traced around it. So yeah, they make some very satisfying circles, which I was like, hey, if I can do that and then cut these out later to have it fit nicely on a pop socket, which is what I did with this one too. And it's like, hey, why not? Possibly, maybe. If anyone knows this kaiju, feel free to mention it in the comments in the VOD. But yeah, nothing too crazy. Some varying colors because I already got 2 yellows essentially and 2 pinks and 1 red. So I'm gonna start with more purple hydrangeas. petals and then go with 2 bottom petals. I'm hoping that'll work, but we'll see. should do blue snapdragons just because those are the flowers that represent the titular Snapdragon Club. basically making lips now. It's Snapdragons are hard. They're cool, but they're hard. Them in the comics. They are really tough to draw. I think I am gonna go ahead and look up carnations before I decide on what colors I want for the remaining flowers. Have a lot more like frilliness going on with their petals than roses do. How do you get back into your stories after you take a break? Well, usually I just try to figure out what's something I'm like really looking forward to in the story. And that's gonna be my goalpost and figuring out, alright, how do I get there then? Well, currently I'm kind of like taking a small break from The Actress's Tale. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Has my PNGtuber not been moving this whole time? Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna need to restart that really quick. It just stopped. Well, good thing I caught it just then. But yeah. I guess it's like kind of tough to see in the moment, especially if you're like in the middle of your break. Then it's just kind of like, well, I know there's stuff I need to like do to get there, but like how do I get there? And that's kind of where I'm at right now, I guess. Because it's like, I know like the plot beats, generally speaking, of how I want to like eventually reach the end of the story. I just need to figure out all the nitty-gritty stuff of what does that look like panel per panel, you know? Which I feel that's kind of the trickier part. Especially for me, because I don't like have a full like outline of how things go, just because sometimes like I run into an instance of like I thought I was gonna do this, however it turns out it's not working all that great, so gotta like figure out a new path instead of like beating my head against the wall, you know? I mean for my break to end tonight, so I appreciate your thoughts all the same. Yeah. But whatever I can do to help, I'm glad if it does help. Maybe I should just take a moment to review where I am in my future plan. Yeah, that's always a good spot. Just to like, you know, just take your time, take inventory. Carnations, right. I was gonna do carnations. It is so very tempting to just do pink carnations. I don't have a lot of pink. I mean, I guess that's the good thing of these being very small pictures, is that I don't have to use a whole lot of ink to begin with. But still. How am I gonna frame the carnations first? I do broad strokes outline tweaking, but I leave it open. But yeah, I'm pretty much the same way. The whole leaving it open to tweaking sort of thing. Which is why I always take forever to like finalize my sketches, because once I finalize it in ink, there's no going back really. Like I can try to like go over it with like sticker paper or with the white gel pen in places that I don't need to color over. But yeah, if I want it to look as best as it possibly can be, I definitely need to be super sure of where everything is. Because if I mess up, I'm gonna have to do the whole entire thing all over again. And who knows if it's gonna look any better the second time. I certainly don't know. Used to go over an obnoxious amount of paper in Inktober. So much tracing with the light board. You know, I really wished I did have a light board. It would make a lot of things much easier. But at the same time, I'm like, do I have space for a light board? like pointing up towards the camera and not quite laying down as flat as they would be with rose petals. These ones all squared away. Now I need to just finish up inking these ones. Which I'm going to need to look these up again because I forget which color variants they come in. Some web boards are thin, just large enough for letter paper. Since the one I used was small, I was powered by USB cable, and USB cables make me think of setups. What camera do you use for this again? I've been using my phone. Lurking here, banging a head against the wall in Monhan. Aww. Welcome, Alpha. Glad you could be here. And what wall are you hanging your head against? I thought you said you were the wall. I'm sorry, I kid. Just to get you up to speed, flowers on sticker paper. And yes, that means that once I'm done coloring these, I will eventually cut them out, and they will be the right size for a pop socket. But then I discovered Omega Planetes. Welcome. Welcome to the got my butt kicked by Omega Planetes Club. That was me. I have gone through like 10 different hunts just to beat it once. Like, usually I'm not a big fan of, like, heavy raid boss mechanics in Monster Hunter. But I think Omega Planetis, I was in the right headspace to be willing to learn the mechanics. I was not so forgiving when it came during when Behemoth was out in Monster Hunter World. Every so often humanity just reinvents Pogs and I love it. I mean, yeah, you could just you could print these out, turn them into Pogs, yeah. But I've never actually had Pogs. I've seen them around, but I've never had them. Is it just similar to, like, trading cards, where it's just, like, you kind of have them, and you just pick the ones that have the coolest designs on them? Sorry, I know precious little of Monster Hunter. I just played the 3DS demo where you chase a giant hare in the snow. Ah, Lagombi. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Like, for me personally, if you ever want to, like, give Monster Hunter a try, like, I feel a lot of people would say to start with World just because that's the entry that a lot of people have started with, especially in the West. Because that's when it really, like, hit its peak in the West and everyone thinks it was the greatest. But as someone who started in the old gen, in the old world, back on, the 3DS, I personally like to say to start with Rise. If only because I don't have World on PC. But I do have Rise. I have Rise and Sunbreak. But luckily, you do not have to have Sunbreak. Both players don't need to have Sunbreak in order to play with each other. From what I understand, most people don't play the Pogs game, they just collect. Yeah. I feel like it's almost kind of similar with Pokemon cards, too. At least back when, I actually collected those. That was far too long ago. I was going to look up. Let's look up the whirling butterflies because I think there was a smaller amount of colors for those. Oh. Maybe I'll shop around once I complete Borderlands 2 and the pre-sequel. That's fair, that's fair. about whirling butterflies. They seem to only come in white. So I think what I'm gonna do is like it's white with some pink stem. And like yellow at the tips. I think what I'm gonna do is that what are those parts? I forget already. Okay. So I think what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to try and just not color in the outlines for the petals completely to kind of give the illusion there's a lot more white to it. the stalks are. That's going to be tricky to color later. Very tricky. But I will try. And I will keep my reference up. Because oh my goodness. Up what mountain laurels are colored. Last I checked, they came in a variety of patterns. Yeah, they're of the white and pink variety, so might be another one where I just kind of go, yeah, they're white with like pinkish reddish accents. They have yellow in the center. I think they have yellow in the center. More of a light green, okay. inaccurate, but that's okay. The white gel pen later, because good with the inking. Just gonna lightly erase the outline of the circle. Not enough to completely make it gone, just enough to like maybe not be so obvious when I lay down the alcohol inks, because once I lay those down I can't quite erase. But depending on the background color I end up choosing, this may or may not be an issue. I think it might be an issue for the ones where the flowers are darker colors, like the purples and like the snapdragons. I think those are going to be darker colors. And I think also for like the spider lily too, where it's like more of a darker red. So far. And with the inking done, I am going to take a quick break, but I will be right back to get right into coloring, and then after the coloring I'll start cutting them out with an X-Acto knife. And then once I have them all cut out, that'll probably be it. And I guess you guys let me know if you would like to see me practice more flowers in the future. I am totally open to trying out like more flower species and all that. And maybe if we run out of flowers, I can open it up to like other interesting looking plants. But yeah, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll see you guys in a bit. off with the purple first. Bless me. Excuse me. I don't think I'm allergic to my Borbs. That would be very strange. Purple is a color that I have a lot of, so I'm not too worried about running out of this one. guys, if you've enjoyed my artwork so far, liking, commenting, subscribing, all that jazz. I really appreciated it. I can speak today. I did it. But I would appreciate it if you're watching the VOD. I think everyone in chat is already someone who's like already subscribed or, you know, stops by pretty frequently enough. They've heard me. They know it. But yeah. It still holds true, even in 2026. And if you're feeling super generous, Ko-fi link right up there. Donate. You could become a visitor of Sanctus and get a orb attributed to your username in the starting screen. And I also have Snapdragon Club stickers that are available. I don't know if I can pick any favorites. There's a lot that I like. And look, there's even me as a orb. And some Harpy form stickers with a couple of various outfits. I still miss that dress. Maybe one of these days I'll try and recreate it better when I have more pink in my arsenal. Gotta love Falcon and the Bee Sun and Piero, Crystal, Akasi, Ruby Merchant, Farmhand, Dreamwalker, whole bunch of characters. And of course, gotta shout out Dolly! Hold on, let me try that again. Dolly! It has been so long since I did her voice. It's kinda like up in this higher register, like here. Yeah. Here we go, that's Dolly. And then here's Shade, the Nightmare Fae. I don't know if Aerox is still in chat, but that's the character he voices in the Hunter's Tale comic dub. So if you haven't checked that out, that's also like a playlist on my channel that you can check out later. I'd highly recommend. The voice actors did a wonderful job. As for the hydrangeas, I'm thinking dark purple, dark blues. You got me there for a moment. I thought thought you got censored for real. I can still do Dolly rather well. I'm glad you think so. Been a hot minute. This dark blue was a lot more overpowering than I thought it would be. I might have to go over this with the white gel pen a little bit. Starting to look more like lilac or lavender than hydrangea. Oh boy. This is why it's called flower practice today. Well, the good news is the purple and blue go well together. The bad news is I think I've destroyed a lot of my line art in the process. Oh well. Only fair to use asterisk when referring to the true name. I have come to pay your stream a visit at long last. Hello, Nero. Welcome, welcome. And actually, Nero, since you're here. Sadly, blue and purple mix too well sometimes, yes. Only happy accidents, right? Yeah. Nero, since you're here, I'll go ahead and show off that your borb is very much right here in the starting screen, along with all the other borbs. So, just wanted to take a quick moment to shout you out and say thank you, since you've officially, stopped by the stream. It is okay. You're getting right back to it. The carnation will be a nice pastel peachy color. That might be what I use for the delphinium, actually, the shadowy green. support. Thank you, of course. Like, I know I've shown you before, but yeah. Just thought I'd show you again. Just to say you're still here, still appreciated. it looks like a hydrangea anymore, but at the very least it still looks kind of pretty. So I think what I'm understanding from this is that the dark blue that I chose, I think, is more of that's the actual shadow color, and the purple is more of the highlight color. Just have it up for you, yeah. And I super appreciate it all the time. Does look nice, yeah. Yeah. So at the very least, it's that. Yeah. Everyone else, you can tell me in the VOD what you think of my attempts at drawing some of these flowers. There's definitely gonna be some hits and misses, I think, but hopefully at the very least it can still be aesthetically pleasing, even if it doesn't resemble the flower I began with. was off grabbing tea. The flower's looking good. Thank you. And yeah, don't worry. Grabbing tea is always an excuse. Because I too use the break to grab tea. So, you know, I completely understand. The way I want them, but that's why this is flower practice. cut back on coffee a little. To use my other warm beverage of choice. Some vanilla chai I had lying around. Nice. Yeah. I got a cooler beverage with me. It's some peach tea with lychee coconut jelly. even though I don't think this looks like a hydrangea anymore, I think at least the color scheme looks good. Rose looks amazing, thank you. Love my Walmart. We got Boba Arena dead center at the front end. Aw. Yeah, maybe. Those are turning out great, thank you. Yeah. Like, as a practice run, it is expected that not all of them will be, like, super perfect or anything. But I'm at the very least happy with the rate of successes I'm having. At the very least, I can see that hydrangeas are definitely going to have to be something I go back to, probably in another stream. I need a redemption arc for that. You like the Stargazer, Lily? Yeah, I think it turned out alright for, I think is my first attempt. Mr. Rosebush, you had at your old place? Aw. Did I get some boba tea? I had some before stream. And I also had like a lychee green tea as well. Like during my break. So I had a lot of tea today. Daffodils and buttercups for now. games. The whirling butterflies are another flower that I'll need to have a redemption for. So far, on my redemption list, I'm thinking whirling butterflies, delphinium, hydrangea, maybe stargazer, maybe. For those who know Monster Hunter Wilds, this is giving Lullabarina vibes. Which, now that I think about it, maybe it's one of their inspirations for that monster. not the best one, but it's got a decent vibe to it, I think. The florets, yeah. Spider lilies are a common inspiration if I recall correctly, and it looks pretty. I mean, they are very interesting flowers. Would I want a bouquet of them? Probably not. But they were very fun to attempt to draw, so who knows, maybe I'll try and draw them again later, maybe figure out something better for them. Same goes for the whirling butterflies. Like, that's the fun thing about picking out new species of flowers to draw, is that sometimes I just learn more about flowers in general. And I just kind of go, that exists. Symbol of death and rebirth, so it's totally fair. I see. I haven't quite brushed up on my flower meanings in a while. But to be fair, there's far too many flowers to know all the meanings of them. I'd be afraid if someone gifted me a bouquet of those flowers, not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, if I got a bouquet of flowers and then I looked up the flower meaning, that it was like death and rebirth, then I'd be like, I don't know how to feel about this. Which meaning are you going for, bro? I'm not sure if either one is all that great. Well, time dropped. What happened? What happened? I only remember that one as well as I do, because one of my favorite characters associated closely with them. Ah, I see. Okay, so after I'm done coloring the mountain laurels, I'll just start cutting them out, and then once I've cut them out, then I'll call it. look like the original flower that I was intending, but they look alright. Oh well. But now that all the colors are laid out, it's time to cut these out. I'll start with these guys. I already have my little cutting board back here, so that'll help. Music dropped as I finished my thought. Ah, I see, I see. That was official are wearing kimono depicting them. Ah, nice. The Gardens of Sanctus. You know, that's another thing. Like, I figure if there are more, like, species of flowers and plants in general that I have just in my arsenal, then I can just, you know, plop them in the background and make things look a little bit more diverse rather than just, you know, standard easy flowers that have no purpose other than to fill up space. It's just to add interest in the background, you know? All sorts of flowers can grow in one place too. That is true. That is true. Okay. But anyways, I'm gonna start off with some of my least favorite of these so that I don't feel too bad if I accidentally mess up on them. starting with my least favorite first. I'd say the Snapdragons, honestly. I don't know. I don't know what I could have done better for that one. I think they're just difficult in general. Messed up already. All the more reason to do a redo later. pretty flowers, thank you. We're almost there. Just need to be very careful. Still, not too bad. Can't tell what the heck flower that is, but... at least it's kind of aesthetic. stretch. 3 flowers left. I believe in you. Thank you. Turn out too bad. Okay, 2 to go. And let me know which one of the flowers that I did that you think is your favorite. say the rose of the spider lily. Because currently, I'm thinking that actually of the ones that look aesthetically the best that I would like to put on put on a pop socket, I would say either the carnation or the whirling butterflies for me. It's all done. So I'd like to thank everyone for joining me. And once again, feel free to let me know if you're watching the VOD, which are your favorite flowers that we did today. And if you like the kind of art that we do here, feel free to like, comment, subscribe, share the streams and the comic dubs if you feel like it. And if you really want to support me, my Ko-fi link is right up there in the top right corner. You can buy me a boba. You can become a visitor of Sanctus and get a board attributed to your username. Or you could buy some stickers of various Snapdragon Club characters, including ones of me. But yeah, with that being said, thank you all for joining me this stream, and I hope everyone has a great start to 2026. I look forward to seeing you all next time. So, see you guys later!